What are you looking? Trying to start? Show me, and I'll consider. I'm not in love. You're a first. All right. Things know you're bloody eye. Oh, piss. Oh. All right, then. I could be. Oh. All right, well. But it ain't my... Anyway, look, she ain't that. Never met someone with a taste. We'd make good mates around. I'll be seeing you.
Ledecky has a swimming strategy that should be impossible if it wasn't for her technique. At the 2012 London Olympics, Ledecky wasn't the favorite to win the 800 freestyle. She qualified to the Olympic final with the third best time. Rebecca Adlington from Great Britain was the crowd's favorite, of course, but also the defending champion in this event and the world record holder. Lotte Friis had been Adlington's main competitor for years and the world champion in 2009. Next to them, Mireia Belmonte was having the best swim meet of her career and had already won a silver medal in the 200 butterfly. At the 100-meter mark, everyone wondered if the inexperienced Ledecky would be able to keep up with the veterans since she just took off from the beginning. At the 200, she was ahead of everyone by a body length, including the world record pace. In the events of 200 meters or more, some swimmers go out too fast only to get fatigued by the middle of the race. Everyone watching expected this to happen to Ledecky, but at the 400-meter mark, Friis was the one that was hurting. Ledecky was still one body length ahead of the world record. Friis and Adlington simply could not keep up with Ledecky's pace. Mireia, who was the least affected by Ledecky's pace, must have felt amazing when she passed the two favorites. With only 50 meters to go, Ledecky was below the world record and ahead of Mireia Belmonte by 3.5 seconds. She managed to win by more than 4 seconds, but that year, this courageous 15-year-old missed the world record by half a second. The following year, at the Swimming World Championships, she would compete in 3 individual events and 1 relay. Ledecky's racing strategy sounds impossible to most of us. She says that all distances are a sprint. Some sprints are longer than others. Katie's freestyle technique is what allows her to save energy. For most of the race, she doesn't use her legs that much, sometimes using only 1 kick per cycle. With her arms, she has a horse freestyle technique. This means that only one arm glides a little and the other doesn't. This allows her to jump a little while taking a breath. This technique gives her a rhythm that is not very aesthetic but is very persistent. The muscles of her core and arms are perfectly adapted to maintain this technique for long distances.
Can I be your star tonight?
She broke the 800 and the 1500 world record, and she won all 4 events. For the next 5 years, Ledecky's diet was based primarily on world records. Record after record after record after record, medal after medal after medal. From the 400 to the 1500 meters, no world record was safe, not even her own. At the 2016 Rio Olympics, she knew she had no competition in the 400 and the 800, so she decided to step down to the 200 freestyle to compare her super abilities against the legendary shorter distance swimmers Sarah Sjöström, Emma McKeon, Federica Pellegrini, Bronte Barat, and Charlotte Bonnet. Not having a top speed as high as theirs, she passed the first 50 meters in 5th place. At the 100-meter mark, she was already in 2nd, and she took the lead with only 50 meters to go. The last 50 meters is when the Golden Swede, Sarah Sjöström, makes her attack. That year, she won the 200, the 400 with a world record, the 800 with a world record, and the 4x200 freestyle relay. After 14 world records and 5 Olympic gold medals, we have never seen Ledecky compete in her most dominant event in an Olympic stage. The female's 1500-meter freestyle will make its Olympic debut in Tokyo 2021. The active swimmer closest to Ledecky, Simona Quadarella, is currently 20 seconds away from her. A lot of unexpected things happen at the Olympics. Just like the first time Ledecky surprised us, we don't know if the world champion Simona or another swimmer could surprise us. What is certain is that until now, there are only 2 people with 5 Olympic gold medals or more in individual events in swimming, Michael Phelps and Cristina Egersegi. We will surely see Ledecky join this select group of 2 very soon. If you want to watch another video, click here or here. And if you want to visit our webpage, click here.
25 years of age now, the Pan-Pacific champion. Striking double gold. This is the final of the women's 1500 freestyle. Katie Ledecky in for the United States, and the favourite. There are two Americans in this final. There's 20-year-old Erica Sullivan will be next to Ledecky. And in the golden lanes will be Wang Zhangjiai from China. Gone to the World Championships. What could she do at the Olympic level? This is the way they line up then for Australia in Lane 8. Kia Melberton, silver in the Pan-Pacific. She's a world champion in the 4x2 relay, coming here into the 1500. The first time this event has been swum for women at the Olympics.
The training partner, Maddie Goff, is in across in lane number 1. They both train with Chris Nesbitt on the Gold Coast at the TSS Aquatic Club.
And 7 from Germany, the veteran Sarah Kohler, 27 years of age. World record holder short course in her time. She's a world silver medalist, also swims open water. Coming here in the 1500.
Anastasia.
Kopitchnikova.
Thank you. Thank you for that. World ranked in 2016.
In 6. For Italy, Simona Quadarella, the world champion, double European champion, 4th fastest in this event of all time. The Italian in 6.
I've got this one. Erica Sullivan in lane number 3 from Las Vegas, Nevada. Her mum is Japanese. She feels a close connection to racing here in Japan.
In 4, the 19-year-old from China, Wang Zhangjiai, world bronze medalist, Asian Games champion. Medal on offer for her.
And can she finally break through to a gold medal performance? Katie Ledecky in 1500 freestyle. 2nd in the 400, 5th in the 200. She's raced the 200 also today.
Katie Ledecky is one of the greatest female swimmers of all time. She's been beaten in the 400 in the 2nd. She's been roundly beaten in the 200. Didn't win a medal in that event, but I feel as though she had half her mind on this 1500 metres final. History in the making, because this is the first time the 1500 has been swum at the Olympic level. The athletes are called to the blocks. Ledecky is the world record holder, and let's see what she can provide in this final of the women's 1500. We expect Ledecky to go out and then break the field fairly early. But the 19-year-old Wang of China may have something to say about that. Quadarella will hang on to her as long as she can. The Italian in 6 with all the experience in the European and world level. She's only 22 years of age, so age is on the side of the Italian. Ledecky already beginning to impose herself. I don't think she's going to shake off the others as easily as she might have done in the past at this Olympic final, but we do expect her to, well, she is the favourite, we expect her to win, but who knows?
I'm quite focused at the moment, just getting into a nice rhythm in the first 100 metres. She only breathes off to the right-hand side. In answering the question for her Olympic biography, lane 5, Wang was asked who her hero was, and it's Ledecky, and now she finds herself in an Olympic final right beside her idol. First 100 metres is swum, and Ledecky goes around in 59.12. So sub 1 minute for the first 100 metres.
Well, Ledecky is in her office here, this 1500 freestyle. She has the top 10 times of all time, from 1520 down to 1535. Nobody else in the field has come close to that. Wang's best time 1541, Quadarella's best time 1540, and so on down. And that's why Ledecky is such a favourite in this event, and all of her year will have been focused, or a few years will have been focused on the distance events, because she can do the 800 and the 1500 at the Olympic level now. So almost a gift of a medal. If you're the dominant swimmer in the 800, you come up to the 1500 and you say thank you.
Here's the 200-metre split. She's got herself into a nice rhythm already. She's going a 31 seconds on this lap, the odd numbered laps, and a 30 seconds on the even numbered laps. So Wang just sitting in, tucked into that lane rope, that golden lane rope that you can see. Ledecky just floating with the legs, nicely balanced. Brings them in a little bit more just as she turns. Good discipline underwater as well. There's one fly kick, then up to the free.
Well, look at the clock. Her world record came off 3:02.50. It's not about records, it's not about times at Olympic Games, it's about the medals. World records, best times, national records can all come at any meet anywhere in the world, but you only get one chance to win an Olympic medal. And look at the distance Ledecky is in front of the field at the 300-metre mark. The race behind her is closer to us in lanes 5, 6 and 7. That's Wang just in the lead of those three at the minute. Quadra, the Italian, in 6, and Sarah Kohler from Germany. Plenty of experience in the body of Sarah Kohler, and she'll want to have a say in where the medals go here. It's going to be a tough ask, and all these athletes are going to have to measure their effort in these early stages.
Well, swimmers have different tactics as to how they break it up. Coaches will give you the instructions whether or not they're breaking it up as 500 metres. For the 1500 freestyle, that's certainly the way that most swimmers will attack it. You could split it as the 750 metres as well. 1500 freestyle now added to the Olympic roster, as to the 800 freestyle for men's.
Nice race developing behind Ledecky. We're enjoying watching somebody so dominant in this sport performing. So we'll enjoy Ledecky. This should be a procession to the gold. You never know. You just never know. Ledecky starts to tie up. There's some of the fatigue comes in. The week starts to catch up with her. You give an opportunity to someone like the 19-year-old Wang, who is on the rise, and who knows what happens. And especially with the three behind her, they're going to be pushing each other because they know that already they've broken the rest of the field. So the medals will come probably from these four. Further down in lane 2 and 3, there's a good battle between Kopychnikova and Erica Sullivan, the second American in this.
The last 2 50-metre laps, Wang has actually taken some time off Ledecky. So she's taken about 0.8 of a second off Ledecky over the last 100 metres. Just watching Ledecky is circling a little more as well. It's a sign of just letting the mind wander a little bit. You want to stay straight. She pushed straight off into the other side lane rope. So you want to try and stay centre of the pool.
And they're catching her.
Well, she doesn't look as high in the water, Ledecky, at the moment. She's still repeating at about 31 seconds for the 50 metres freestyle. 31.3 was the last 50. But so too are the other girls.
Well, this will ebb and flow a little bit. You can see the velocity of the swimmers, and you can see the 50-metre splits that will keep you up to date with as the race goes on. But Ledecky is not shaken off the attentions of the three, but her tactic is just to get a comfortable lead early on and then stay there. Ledecky won't mind if the lead doesn't increase. She will start to mind if she senses the rest of the field coming towards her as the race goes on, especially if you get to the 1100, 1200 metre mark and they're on your feet. And it's always with the momentum and enthusiasm, the energy with the chaser rather than the leader. And Ledecky will want to avoid that. She knows what she's doing.
Ledecky's best 400 freestyle time is that 3:56. girls that are sitting in behind her, their best times are around the 4:03 mark.
Good skills around the turn from the American, and she's certainly not sticking to the rules. Sometimes the distance swimmers, they don't practice those skills often enough and lazy around the turns, and you can lose a 2 tenths to a rival, and they all add up on the distance event.
Well, Ledecky seems to be increasing the lead now. We'll have a look as she turns at the 700 metre mark of the 1500 freestyle. Interesting, off the even end, she's not doing any fly kicks off the wall. She just comes up with a couple of little freestyle kicks. But at the 50 metre end, the odd turn end, she actually does a couple of butterfly kicks.
So nicely balanced for Ledecky. You can see that left foot just bouncing away as she takes breathing to the right. Behind her, the race picking up now between three. On top of the middle out of those three, unless they dead heat. We've got Wang in 5, remember. Quadrara, the Italian, in 6, and Sarah Kohler from Germany in 7. That battle is certainly one to watch. Ledecky, the procession at the lead of this race as we come through. We have that one leading. Just beginning to up the tempo a little bit. She's trying desperately to shake off the attention of her rivals. They're not going to let her go. 800 metres then. Katie Ledecky, she's gone past halfway. It's downhill all the way to the finish now for the leader. Quadrara in second place. Wang just about in third, but not much in it. Turn of speed from someone like Wang or Sarah Kohler, and everything could change.
She's got 4:08 for that 400 metres, so 4:06 high. She's 4:09 low. So pretty nice at the 800 metre mark.
And you can see a clear difference in the strokes. Quadrara, much higher turnover of strokes. She's taking more strokes per length compared with Wang. More traditional, longer stroking, distance freestyle shape of the stroke. And you would think that that would conserve a bit of energy for Wang. It's not always the case because changing gears in a distance event is difficult. Still in the lead, dominating this 1500 metre final. In her preferred events, could be the first goal for Katie Ledecky.
Underwater with Ledecky, you just see that really good balance with the legs. She's almost dragging the legs. It's almost like she's doing a pool boy set at the moment. She hasn't got them working at all. As opposed to Wang, you can just see little bursts of a 6-beat kick there. So with just a 2-beat distance freestyle kick. Nice work off the walls from Kohler. I feel like she's starting to try and make a move. She just went 0.3 of a second quicker than the girls beside her. So Sarah Kohler from Germany is trying to make a move coming into this 1,000 metre mark.
As we get to the 1,000 metres, Katie Ledecky in front by some distance. She's got to go at this point. And Kohler beginning to make a break. And this is where you have to break the field. This is where it starts getting really tough in the 1,500. The next 200 metres could be decisive. If Kohler can shake off the attentions of Quadrara and Wang, then she's going to be in a fine position for a medal. They won't let her go though. Quadrara has been in an enormous number of fights over the years in these distance events. We haven't seen the same for Wang in international competition. And Wang is eye to eye, stroke for stroke with the Italian as Kohler of Germany tries to make a break. She's just extending a tiny bit of a lead in front of Wang, but Wang is responding now to the German. Quadrara is the one looking vulnerable, the Italian from lane 6.
Well, the other one that's got a little bit of momentum, as we see Katie Ledecky, her second 500 metres was 5 minutes 14 seconds, so 5:09, 5:14, is Erica Sullivan over in lane number 3. She was a fair way behind, and she's just been chipping away for the last 300 or 400 metres to try and bridge this gap, and she's not far away now. So she's bringing in some 6-beat kicking off the walls. So the other American, the second American, the 20-year-old Erica Sullivan, looking to try to break the girls on the other side and break into the medals.
Quadarella struggling. Momentum with Sullivan up in 3. Eating away into the gap in front of her and the medals. Erica Sullivan has some momentum. Fresher. Feeling as though she's chasing people down. That's always a good position to be. Quadarella looks as though this is over for the Italian because Sarah Cola has managed to make the break. Wang in close attention. Erica Sullivan in close attention. That's where the battle looks like it's going to be. 1,200 metres now, 300 to go. Katie Ledecky still in front by some distance. On her own now in second, Sarah Cola. What a result this would be for the German. Now a tie for third between Wang and Erica Sullivan.
Can't help but feel that the momentum for the second and third place in this race of the silver and bronze medals has swung towards Erica Sullivan for at least bronze. Can she keep working her way up to Sarah Cola, who has pulled away from the other girls beside her? But it's no doubt that Ledecky is on her way to win her first Olympic Games gold medal of 2020 here in Tokyo.
To add to the 5 she's already won in her career, it's a huge collection of hardware for Ledecky. 15 golds at the World Championships, if you can believe it. Now, the 3 contesting for the 2 medals behind Ledecky as she turns with 200 metres to go. O'Sullivan on the charge. It looks as though O'Sullivan might just move up into second place now. This is going to be a grandstand finish between Erica Sullivan in lane 3, the American, and in lane 7, Sarah Cola. 20 years of age, Erica Sullivan. What a result this would be, and it's all about taking the opportunities when they present themselves to you, and you have to be ready. It's all about preparation and opportunity.
Well, the last 200 metres, Erica Sullivan has been dropping in 31 low. I reckon this 50, she's still sitting at around that 31 low as well. But 31.0 compared to Cola, who's at 31.6. So half a second every lap she's taking off Cola.
Sullivan with a slightly intent in the Sullivan is clear. She's come up through the ranks, sat back at around 400. She knew what she was capable of doing. The bell goes. 100 metres for Katie Ledecky. And if she's not careful, Sullivan might run her down, I doubt it. But Katie Ledecky in the lead. The lead is not as great as it was a few hundred metres ago.
And for the first time since the first 100 metres in this 1500, we see a little more action from Katie Ledecky with her legs, bringing in a kick with just 50 metres to go to a historic first victory in the 1500 freestyle for women. She will forever write her names in the history books. She'd already done that in 2016, but now she will become the first name in the records of the 1500 freestyle Olympic history.
The legs come in for Katie Ledecky, bringing this 1500 metres home for the United States. And in her wake, Erica Sullivan working desperately hard for the silver medal. Sarah Cola battling closer to us, but it looks as though it's going to go to the American. This could be an American 1-2. History for Katie Ledecky. Victory in 15:37, and on the charge, a wonderful performance for the 20-year-old Erica Sullivan in front of Sarah Cola. And look at the Americans celebrating. 1-2 for the United States. Magnificent swimming in the first ever Olympic women's 1500 metre freestyle.
Sarah Cola, she is absolutely ecstatic. Arms in the air. She wins an Olympic medal in the 1500 freestyle for Germany. What a great swim by Erica Sullivan. She really just paced it so well, and Katie Ledecky is in tears at that victory.
She's put her goggles back on. She doesn't want those images echoing around the world, but you can see how much it means to Katie Ledecky. It can't be easy being Katie Ledecky.
No.
The expectations are sky high. When she comes into the press conferences, they're all about, well, you've been beaten, how does that feel? Then it's unfair.
She led from start to finish. There was never any doubt that she was going to claim this as her own. Just worked her way through lap after lap, very consistent. Sitting at 31 seconds after the burst of speed in the first 200 metres.
And you can see the effort on the face of Katie Ledecky. She looks across to her teammate, looks at the clock, quick fist bump.
Erica Sullivan's moved herself into number 5 of the all-time performances in the 1500 freestyler performers. She's now the 5th fastest all-time.
Doesn't break into the top 10 performances of all time. They still belong to Katie Ledecky, but in performers, what a result for Sullivan. While I do like to see athletes sharing the success of each other and celebrating each other's success, and the success goes to the United States. Katie Ledecky and Erica Sullivan put their names in the record books alongside Sarah Kohler, the medal winners in the first time this 1500 has been swum at the Olympic level. That's the story.
As the pool readies itself for the victory ceremony for the women's 1500 metres freestyle. First time this takes place in Olympic history.
It'll be an emotional Katie Ledecky that will rise to the podium. 4th gold medal of the championships in Tokyo 2020 for the US team. And they're all smiles for Erica Sullivan.
Even with the mask, you can see
What a day for her. What a performance. America 1 and 2 with Sarah Kohler, a terrific swim in bronze. She was involved in a monster battle between Quadarella, Wang, and in the latter stages Erica Sullivan, but Kohler broke the field to put herself in a medal position.
The medals will be presented by IOC member, United States of America.
So the medal presentation party being introduced to the stadium.
Dale Newberger, the FINA Bureau member for the US.
Well, he's the treasurer of FINA. He also runs the development program for FINA, to which we've seen so many swimmers from developing nations being placed in programs around the world. So some good work being done from the IOC and FINA in the development funds that have been gone to good use. As we see Sarah Kohler then, 27 years of age, from Magdeburg, arms up. This is, well, the best result of her career.
Well, her partner, Florian Wellbrock, raced for Germany in the 1500 freestyle at the Rio Olympic Games. Also, she's studying law as well at Heidelberg University. Florian is here, so he'll be loving seeing his partner on the victory dais.
Silver medalist, United States of America.
She couldn't wait to get up. Great to see. Welcome to being an Olympic medalist, Erica Sullivan. Oh, she just timed it beautifully. Ron Aitken is her coach. She's from Las Vegas. The Sandpipers of Nevada is her home club.
Sandpipers have put 2 swimmers on the American team. And it's a huge program with a long history of success. Here, continuing that success.
Mum's Japanese, so that's kind of the nice connection as well.
All the experience then with Katie Ledecky. Her 6th gold medal of her career, the first of Tokyo 2020 for the 3rd time of asking. Ledecky rises to receive the gold medal and support and respect of the swimming community. Grew up just outside Washington, D.C. Then moved to Stanford for her collegiate career. And throughout it all has dominated middle distance and distance swimming wherever she goes. Inspired so many people throughout her career and continues to do so as we hear the national anthem of the United States.
Well, for the first time at Tokyo, the Olympic Games here, Katie Ledecky hears the American anthem, her 6th gold medal of her career at the Olympic Games. And Erica Sullivan, her first Olympic medal. Sarah Kohler from Germany. And all of this is history making. The first time that we've seen the 1500 freestyle at the Olympic Games for women. As the athletes now make their way around the pool for their victory lap. Ledecky's program isn't over. She has an 800 freestyle as well that she'll race. And that 800 freestyle, she'll meet Ariane Titmus, who has been dominant in the shorter of the races, the 2 and the 4.
The emotion coming out for Sarah Kohler. She can hardly believe what's happening to her this year. Going from strength to strength. 27 years of age, and this the biggest result in her career by miles. Silver at the World Championship level pales into
Here are the way they line up in the mixed medley relay, but you swim a 50 freestyle to qualify for the final, and you're going to have to be at your best to be able to do that. And then 5 minutes later, you have to do 100 freestyle to bring home a relay team who may well be challenging for the medals. The Olympic record for Great Britain, and Britain with some history in this event.
Anne McKeon will be up against Dressel in the freestyle leg.
The mind boggles as we get a chance to see the teams as they prepare to come together for the final event on this program, the mixed medley relay. The first time it's ever been held at the Olympic competition. It's been at European and world level for some years now. The athletes like it, and you'll see why. Because men against women, 2 men, 2 women, as McKeon continues her swim down. Now she's just finishing and being asked to exit the pool, and she's going to get ready for her place in the final.
Well, it comes to tactics, doesn't it? 2 men, 2 women. There are no prescriptions as to what strokes men or women must race. They crunch the numbers, as you have been, James.
Well, the Russians are going man, man, woman, woman, as are Italy and China at the top of the pool. But the rest of the field are going woman, man, man, woman. So that gives Adam Peaty, the breaststroker, someone to chase, because they will be behind as Kate Dawson will be racing against the men in lanes 1, 2 and 3. Difficult combination, lots of decisions to be made. We see Israel in lane 8.
17-year-old Anastasia Gorbenko is the backstroker, the lead-off. I've been really impressed with how they've come together as a mixed medley relay. Here's the Russian Olympic Committee, and Rylov will lead it off, so that will be a first fast 100 metres backstroke.
Well, there is talent all across these teams. For the Netherlands in 7, Kira Toussaint, the 50 backstroke specialist, will hand over to Kaminga, 2 silvers to his credit. Femke Heemskerk will anchor the team.
Here are the Italians, and they will be, this may be the swan song for Federica Pellegrini. She is the anchor for the freestyle, a magnificent career.
Australia, the world champions. They beat the Americans by 0.02 of a second in that. Katie McEwen is going to go in the lead-off, then Stubblety Cook, Temple and McKeon. This is a tough team to beat.
Well, here are the Chinese team. They will also be very, very good. Yang, Zhang, Yan and Xu leading it off.
United States, Ryan Murphy then leading them out. Jacoby for the breaststroke. Husk on the fly. Caleb Dressel on the freestyle. Hopes very high for the Americans.
Well, here are Great Britain. Well, they look good, and they look good on paper with Adam Peaty, the Olympic champion in the 100 metres breaststroke, the second swimmer in the water.
James Guy on the fly has been waiting for this event. Gold in the 4x2. That was one of his specialist events. Now he has a huge 100 butterfly. Didn't compete in the individual 100 butterfly to focus on this.
Question without notice, I know you'll know. Olympic champions in here. So Peaty in the men's breaststroke, McEwen in the 100 back.
Jacoby for the United States on the breaststroke.
McKeon, 100 free, Olympic champion for the women. Stubblety Cook in the 200, doesn't quite have the same speed in the 100 breaststroke.
Rylov on the backstroke, so watch up at the top of the pool. In the 200 backstroke, Rylov. No, the 100, excuse me. The world record in the 100 men's 100 backstroke, 51.05. The world record in the women's 100 backstroke, 57.45. So Katie McEwen, Australia, she won't be in the lead, but if she touches under 57.45, it'll be a world record. We're not expecting the world records to fall, but what a race we have in prospect. We'll do our best to keep you up to date with the favourites as we see Kate Dawson in 4. Watch for Adam Peaty come through, because Dawson won't be leading after the 100 backstroke.
Take your mark.
Away we go. Watch for the men in 1, 2 and 3.
I think the backstroker lead-off, Kate Dawson, has slipped on the wall. I don't think she got the best of starts. She was a fair way behind. You look at McEwen in the gold cap, and Dawson now is swimming in the wash of Ryan Murphy.
Well, this is going to be difficult for Great Britain. They've got the men all around them, so Peaty's going to dive into the wash, because there's going to be, what, 5, 6, 7 metres clear when the men come in to hand over. And there are 4 in a line for the men. Leading the way is United States' Ryan Murphy, perhaps with a point to prove after his bronze medal win against Rylov. And Rylov is really not showing anything from the top of the pool.
Keep an eye on the time. This 100 metres backstroke, 52.23. And coming in is the first of the female backstrokers, and that was Kaylee McEwen on the wall first, 58.14.
Now, you can see the distance, and it's just difficult for Adam Peaty because he's miles behind. They're not going to be in the lead.
She's lost her goggles. Jacoby's lost her goggles. She's swimming with her goggles on her, just below her nose, on her lip.
This never happens.
Oh.
Jacoby is doing it the hard way now. What's going through her mind? She's going to put that out of her mind and concentrate on this. But this is going to be a distraction for the United States. Adam Peaty on the charge for Great Britain. Up at the top of the picture, it's Martin Enghi for the Italians. Third in the 100, the Italians. So he should be pulling away for Italy. And this is going to be a very interesting race because Peaty on the charge, he's taken down Jacoby for the United States. But at the front of this, Italy just in front of China in second place with the Russian Olympic Committee in bronze. But now watch as another man comes in for Great Britain. This is going to be James Guy.
Delidio is in the water for Italy, off to a pretty good start, but she is going to need it. Zhang is in the water for China, having won Olympic gold here. Can she hold off the men that have now dived in? James Guy, he is reeling in the lead swimmers.
Now watch out for the Netherlands as well. Kaminga gave them a huge boost down in lane 7, and they've got quality to finish. Here comes James Guy on the charge. Oh, what a huge turn from the Brit, and eating into the lead, and you can see what a difference this makes.
What a huge underwater for James Guy. He is about to overtake, to lead. Britain will take over at the end of the third 100 metres of this historic relay. Anna Hopkin, brave on the changeover, 0.23. Husk in the water for the USA, quick changeover, 0.10.
Hopkins 7th in the individual 100. Pellegrini in for Italy, what can she do? But it's really China now. Yang 4th in the individual 200 metres. Has she got the speed? Caleb Dressel on the charge for the Americans. This is going to be a wild finish.
Well, Great Britain take it around. Anna Hopkins is holding on. China's just less than a second behind. Dressel's on the wall. He holds it underwater. Could he hunt down a bronze medal for the USA? It's a huge ask. Emma McKeon is flying home.
But this is going to be gold for Great Britain. Anna Hopkin delivering yet more hardware as she comes in. Behind her, the race for silver is Australia and China. Dressel's not going to get near the medals. Gold for Great Britain, silver for China, bronze for Australia, and Italy shut out of the medals by the narrowest of margins. It's a world record for Great Britain.
Hearts in throats. Wow, what a great event to add into the Olympic program. Well done, Great Britain. You write yourselves into history. That was brilliant.
Well, James Guy was in tears after the 4x2. And look at that. They can barely contain themselves. Wow, Peaty lifting up Kate Dawson.
The first time men and women have got to compete together at the Olympic Games. And we see a brilliant race.
That was a stunning race. And well, we just really wanted to see the Americans involved in this, because to see Caleb Dressel hunting down the 7 women on the final 100 freestyle would have been something to behold, but they were just too far behind at the end of this. China in second, Australia in third, and have you ever seen a race like that?
Well, I thought Kate Dawson slipped on the start, but I think it was actually because she was bookended by 2 men and the start was just that little bit quicker, and it was an optical illusion. She still went out. Look at the difference here. She was a little bit behind Kaylee McEwen in the early stages. It felt like she had to get going. She still went out in a 58, and the goggles down. Oh, disaster for the USA. They end up finishing 5th.
Adam Peaty doing the work on his own, having to stay calm. Oh, look at this.
Oh.
It's age group swimming. Oh.
She'll learn from it. It's okay.
It's such a shame. There we are, now at the front. This is Jimmy Guy coming in for the final takeover. Very safe. Anna Hopkin with a huge effort.
McKeon. going in for Australia with the wind-up. That was very safe as well. And then Dressel just waiting.
Eating into my lead on every stroke. Can I hold on? But Britain holding on terrifically well with...
The first of those two final teams is the defending Olympic champion, the Russian Olympic Committee, looking for their 6th consecutive gold medal in this team event.
This is a new routine for them. They've really kept it under wraps, especially for this Olympic Games. It's Parade of Planets by Denis Godizov. Look at this.
Such great height.
Incredible height. Remember, they're being judged on the execution, the artistic impression, which counts for 40%, and the difficulty. And this will be extremely difficult. Oh, the originality. Beautiful, the way it was executed, but also the timing with the music. Fabulous underwater shots, showing the sculling technique, showing the hard work underneath the water to make it look effortless at the surface.
Synchronisation has been impeccable thus far.
Beautiful corkscrew movement. Beautiful transitions. Such incredibly fit athletes that spend 8 hours a day together, 6 days a week. The water, that makes it a lot more difficult. They've kept the routine under wraps, but it was totally worth waiting for. Literally a breathtaking performance, so much difficulty. I didn't see any synchronization errors, did you?
I was on synchronization error watch and I did not see any at all. What I saw was just an outstanding performance by the Russian Olympic Committee.
Those acrobatic moves, they just take it to a next level.
The interaction between each other in the performance as well, just outstanding.
Yeah, as I say, they live together, they are always training together, they never rest on their laurels. They might be going for their 6th Olympic gold in the team here, but they never take anything for granted. They continue to raise the bar of our sport, and that's making artistic swimming across the whole world progress, which is fabulous to see.
Well, we're watching some of the highlights of the Russian Olympic Committee team. They are the second to last team in this artistic swimming free routine.
What was amazing is that even in slow motion, which obviously the judges don't get to see, they still looked pretty much in perfect synchronization.
Coming into this free routine, they were 1.066 ahead of China. China remain as the final team to perform. So they need a good score here.
Score. Okay. Execution. 29.600. Artistic impression.
Wow. The judges like that, and so they should have. 98.800.
And they were pointing at the screen because we can actually see the scoreboard, and there is a 10 for artistic impression. It gets dropped off, the highest and the lowest rule and all that, but a 10 for artistic impression. They've had 10s for difficulty before, but to get it on choreography, well, artistic impression, amazing.
Well deserved. They have certainly wowed us. There was so much to be appreciative on that performance.
Gold medalists and Olympic champions, Russian Olympic Committee.
And the gold medalists, congratulations, Russian Olympic Committee team. They've been so dominant over such a long time when it comes to artistic swimming. They've won every gold medal on offer since 2000. And not just on the Olympic stage, on the World Championship stage, the European Championships.
Yeah, and always keep working harder and harder, taking this sport to a new level.
Alexandra Vastelius. Svetlana Romanova.
Lovely scenes. 7th gold medal for Svetlana Romashina, setting a new record.
Alla Suzuki. And Maria Shulskina.
As the final gold medal is placed around the neck of our team, 8 swimmers in total.
I would, if you find unless in which case. You wish to Lord Rabbit came to assume the power of Radigan taking the mystery as to why I'm here. You wish she is your great, sadly unknown.
As we pause now to see the flags raised and hear Tchaikovsky's Piano Concerto No. 1.
Olympic final, it's all about racing.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This is the final of the women's 200 freestyle. An outstanding lineup. We'll bring you the runners and riders in this, but this is a mouth-watering final in prospect.
Here is Maddie Wilson in lane number 8, made the opportunity of getting a swim in this 200 freestyle. She finished 3rd at the Australian trials. She's in the same training pool as Kyle Chalmers, coached by Peter Bishop at the Marion Swimming Club.
There's the field for the men's vaults. Adam Asil backing up from the rings. So too is Dennis Abliazin of ROC. Turkey, Brazil, Armenia, and the Philippines, Korea, all represented in this final. Ata Davtyan of Armenia. At his 3rd Olympic Games, was 11th in Rio. Adam Asil, a couple of top 10s at European Championships on vaults. Caio Souza won the 21 Pan American Championship. 2019 World Champion Nikita Nagoni. Second highest qualifier with a 14.866 was Davtyan. Ahmet Onder, 8th at the 2020 European Championships. Shin Jae-wan, World Cup wins in Baku and Melbourne on vaults. Dennis Abliazin, silver medalist in Rio and London. And Carlos Yulo won the Melbourne World Cup, 4th at the 2018 Asian Games. What are the kinds of vaults we're going to see here, Liz?
Very difficult ones.
Good answer.
Well, most of the vaults have been valued around about 5-6 difficulty score. In fact, 6 out of the 8 competitors here have a pair of 5-6s. Just 2 of the performers, Asil with a 6 first vault, and also Shin Jae-wan from Korea. They have a slight advantage, remembering that the vaults are average. So the effect of the extra score there is not as much as you might think. Components we're looking for, clearly height and distance, the 2 most important things. Completing your twists, landing, everybody knows about. Not just the steps, but your chest position. This is such a dynamic event, and we do see all sorts of things happen in vault finals. We hope that all the men here have a good performance.
Adam Asil, not quite the youngest man in the field at 22. That honour belongs to Carlos Yulo, but here he goes.
This is one of the hardest vaults. Double front pike half. Excellent.
Oh, good job on that one.
Gets the heels over extremely fast, sets it up well, Holds the knees very straight.
He can't have done that much better.
It's really beautiful vault. We see excellent leg form. Opens it out. Masterful. Came in as the 4th rank, but really between 1st and 4th, there was 1/10 in it. 1/10.
I think he didn't have a problem with his left foot inside the line. And he's got to back it up with a good second vault, but first of all, score. Put the chalk on with his hands and then step in the box anyway.
There's only 2 vaults that have that 6.0 difficulty score. It's that one we saw, as well as the double tuck with a full twist, the Riseg Guang. This is actually the Riseg Guang too, so he has 2 of the most difficult vaults.
15.266.
That's a great score.
Healthy start. Now, can he build on that? Adam Asil.
Okay. So double pike. Oh, hands down. Just tried very hard to stick it.
Oh, and he knows that that's going to hurt. He did such a good first vault. Another look might reveal where it didn't go as well as planned.
It can be sometimes that they're trying really hard to stick. I always say on vaulting, he opened it out early. Thought he was a little higher than he was. They say on vaulting, don't go for a stick, go for a land. And the stick will take care of itself. Pulls in hard, and it looks like he's just opened out a little early.
Both hands down. What's that worth?
That's a 4. That's a full point off. He does land with the feet first, so he should get credit for the vault. Oh. I really thought he was in with a chance to be in the top 3.
And a 14.449 is his combined total. His first vault gave him a chance. His second has pulled him back. Caio Souza from San Bernardino de Campo. First Brazilian gymnast to win a gold medal in the individual all-around at the Pan American Games. That was 2 years ago. He's been to the last 4 World Championships.
There's the triple twist. I feel like this vault final could go to anybody because the margins were so small between 1st and 8th in qualification. Things that will separate these gymnasts will be leg form, obviously the landing positions, height and distance. Legs just get a little bit ragged towards the end of the twist.
Just the right knee a little stiff on landing. Push him off to the left. .360 degrees, a wonderful view, and that left toe might have been outside the line.
It's down from his qualification, first vault. Has a chance on the second vault to redeem himself. Oh, no good. And he was going to do the Dragulescu, which is the double front half out, but wisely has chosen not to do the half out. Completely misses the punch on his board. just see the minute he took off that it wasn't right.
There was no height to work with.
Tucked in early. Good decision. He'll get credit at the double front. Early tuck there. Feet hit first. Yep. He'll get the value of the vault with the fall and the associated deductions related to the lack of height and distance.
And it might be worth explaining again, Liz, as you did prior, that if you don't do the nominated vault, that's not a rule out anymore.
No, it's just an indication in a guide. It used to be you'd actually get a 0, then it used to be there was a deduction, and now it's just an indication.
Okay.
That's okay, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'm planning to do this vault, but if it goes haywire, I might do something else. Yeah. Just go with me on this.
Well, 2 for 2 with falls.
Nagoni, 2019 world champion, as mentioned, 5th in Rio, 3rd highest qualifier.
Nagoni's got something to prove. He has team gold, but he's really wanting an individual gold. Good start.
He's coming in on a pretty tender ankle, maybe 2.
He hasn't performed at his maximum at these championships. He was expected to do better, but here we have good double front half out. Issues with it, obviously, with some leg separation dynamics. You shouldn't get too much off on. This is not a vault where you can get a lot of distance, too much distance, and you just don't get it around. There's a balancing act.
It's the same vault as Asil, except tucked and off tight.
That's right. So the value is lower.
Asil got in the 15s for his first vault, 15.266.
Well, Nagorny won't score quite that for this first vault, but the balance between the two vaults is the important thing.
14.833. If he were to replicate that, he would be handsomely in the lead.
Another vault of value 5.6. Generally has a very good temperament when it comes to competition. A little handshake there might indicate he's a bit nervous. Two to his feet. That's the first in this final.
Russian coaches and athletes, the thumbs up.
This time the half-on entry, which is the Sukahara. I think he stays inside.
His legs a little less than perfect here. Bit of separation, but yeah, he did stay inside. You know, we're watching podium training, feels like quite a while ago now, and he did some work on floor. He finished and he sat in the corner and he could barely get up. His ankles were that sore.
A lot of fine-tuning to get to a competition with enough preparation in one piece.
Yeah.
It's a tough sport.
Has he done enough? 14.716 to beat. Oh. I mean, that was his score. It went up earlier on our screen, so that is the leading score, beg your pardon. So I've been tricked by that before. I'm looking at the leading score, not the one he has to beat. It goes up on our screen on our desk earlier than you see it on yours at home. So Nagorny, he's got a good lead there. Something of a vault specialist is Arthur Daptian of Armenia, getting his third Olympic game. He's a strong qualifying score, over 14.8. Oh, he's put that right out there. Big distance on the post flight.
first time we've seen anyone from Armenia in a vaulting final at this level. So the twisting vaults will get more distance than the somersault vaults. Gets it all the way around, stays inside the area. Keeps his legs together well on the pre-flight. That's pretty hard to do. Key deductions for him coming on his landing with the shoulders being low, and the adjustments.
2019 European Games in Minsk, he won the vault.
Looks like his coach is following him along the vault runway, but he's just jumping up to get the board right for the second vault.
Coach should get a free ride on the travelling camera.
That scores just below Nagorny's first vault. Just reminding viewers that you need 2 different types of vaults. They're called different families of vaults, so different entry.
Born and lives in the Armenian capital, Yerevan.
So he needs a different exit as well. Forms the roche well. Sorry, the Dragoleshtu. Well, it is a roche.
And the right foot possibly out of the area with a step to the side. But he's on his feet both times. Could well be into second position.
Yes, I don't think he was quite at the standard of Nagorny. So if we compare that to Nagorny's first vault, which scored a 14.833, it's definitely below that.
Half turn and then out to the side he goes.
You're looking for the second salto to be completed close to the top or the peak of the height of the vault, and he just was rotating into the floor a little bit.
Those coaches who, I'm sure, was trying to give the impression to the judges that was pretty good. But he got that 0.1 penalty for the landing area in a 14.733.
Well, he puts him up on average for the both.
Oh, he's up.
Yep,
Yeah,
he's ahead of Nagorny. Of course, his first vault.
Very close, but Davtyan it is. Second competitor in this final from Turkey, Ahmet Onda from Izmir. One of the lower qualifiers, but anything can happen in this one.
5.6 first vault. So, handspring, double front.
It's fairly deep on landing. You may have contact with the mat.
Well, he has indicated the double front half out, I thought, by the number that was flashed, but he's just chosen the double front. So that is a 5.2. Early tuck. He might have just known it early and decided to stick with the double front.
He might have got the derriere deduction there if he's sat down on the mat.
Yeah, he's flashed the 179, which is the half twist out, but sometimes they'll make a decision halfway through. You land short on a double front half out, your ankles will definitely feel it. But sometimes also they put the wrong vault number up first. We've seen that too. Let's see what happens in the second vault.
13.833 leaves him a lot to do to get amongst the top three.
So he needs a different entry, a different exit, according to the rules. Let's see how he goes with this vault. flashed up is not the one that he's performed, but that's okay. Half on. And 2.5 off.
First Turkish gymnast to win a medal on P-Bars World Championships. He won silver in 2019, so this may be not even his favourite apparatus. And a 14.066 combined score for Ahmet Onda. So just 3 to come. And Shin Jiawan he's 23.
And he's performing. I said before there were only 2 vaults with a 6.0 start, but there's actually 3. This is in effect a 3.5 twist from the horse.
Kind of got it around.
Yes, I think it's around. I think it's around. Massive vault. You can just imagine to fit 3.5 twists in. It's enough height.
Oh, he's a bit short, I think. He wasn't square on landing.
My sense is he will get paid for the vault, but the judges will give with one hand and take away with the other. One panel decides the difficulty. That is the difficulty panel, D panel, and the other panel of judges decides the execution. They're looking at it independently.
He went to this last World Cup meeting to try and qualify, and he got through on a tie-break.
Yeah.
That's amazing that he's even here. He's by the skin of the teeth. Shin Jiawan makes a final. That's making the most of your opportunity.
Well, what he picks up on the difficulty, he's definitely lost on the execution.
14.733.
Still pretty good.
Another one of those, and he's up with Davtyan.
Great, are you here for...
Well, he needs higher than a 14.733, only just to take the lead. He's capable. This is a handspring entry vault. He's going for a 2.5 twist. Excellent.
Good job. Maybe.
Davtyan's trying to look like he doesn't care. Or if he's trying to look a little bit nonchalant.
There's nothing he can do about it. It doesn't matter what look he wants to pull. It's out of his hands, and gets the congratulations from Davtyan anyway as he works his way along his row of rivals.
It's a 5-6 start as per everybody else. The legs are in a good form. The landing's good. The shoulders are pretty high. I like his chances.
Leg form's nice. He's certainly got around that one and kept it in.
I understand. I took it in. Oh, so I put it. Do not hesitate.
Quite a story if he medals or even wins it, considering how he nearly didn't even make it.
I'll see you again.
Well, he's the top qualifier.
Koreans have always been great vaulters.
Well, what was interesting in the qualification is Shin and Davtyan got exactly the same qualification score, but on a tiebreaker, Davtyan was just behind. This is fascinating.
And he's done enough. He's up into first position. with 2 to come, so he's got a medal regardless. And now he's the man to beat. Wow. 14.783. Davtyan into silver and Nagorny to bronze.
There are still gymnasts here who can actually beat that score. So it's a nail-biting final.
Well, he's done his time, Denis Abliadzin. Silver in Rio and London. Gold beckons, but it's going to have to be good.
Average 14.733 in qualification. He only needs 5 1/1000ths of a point extra to be in a position to take a gold medal.
Bit of a jarring landing, but
It had good dynamics. It did have a little bit, a sort of a pike down, but generally it was well performed. Leg form's good, technically very nice. As you said, quite a bit of almost a stiff-legged landing. Oh, the effort.
just needed a little bit of give in that right knee. Anyway, very good vault, centrally located, beautiful through the air. Let's see what it gets.
Perhaps not the same length that we saw from Davtyan. Because with vault, sometimes you'll see one gymnast do one aspect of it quite well and another one do a different aspect, and it's up to the judges to try and work out where it all sits in relative terms.
14.766. He's got to find something with his second vault. He needs over 14.8. Got the computer out there.
Well, Shinjo Wan had a 14.833 on the second vault. Abliadzin scored a 14.9 on one of his vaults before, but I think it was the one he just performed now.
Abliadzin, second vault. Oh, it's good.
It's very good.
Nagorny gives it some applause. Davtyan in silver medal position. Is he under pressure from this man?
Legs are nice and tight. Shoulders are nice and high on the landing. A lot to like about that vault.
Do the judges like it?
Small amount of leg separation in the half on. Judges will pick that up. It's around about a 10th. It's a very quick repulsion from the horse. That foot adjustment going off to the side is only really a 10th.
So execution should be high?
Well, I would think so. It looks pretty dynamic.
Stadium goes quiet. Where's it going to place him? Will Shin hold on? Will Abliadzin pass him? .14.783 is in.
Equal score. Second on tie break at this point. Goodness.
Oh, I think he's just realised he thought he was in front. I think Abliadzin hasn't. They're both on 14.783.
But on Shinjo Wan's difficulty score, puts him ahead. Oh. And Nagorny's out of the medals.
Is that a third silver on vault for Abliadzin? Well, we still got one to come. Pocket rocket from the Philippines, Carlos Yulo. I love this guy. He's fantastic value. He's had a win at the Melbourne World Cup, 4th at the Asian Games. He trains in Japan from Manila.
He actually has the ability to hit the top. Oh no, off to the side, not his turn. He hasn't had the very best of games here, performed below what everyone expected he might do. However, still a very strong vault. Lovely repulsion from the horse. He separates the somersault and the twisting, which makes it look so nice. But the reason he's off to the side is he's just cut the legs around the corner on as he's going over the top of the horse. You see those legs go around the side. Gorgeous form.
Carlos Yulo, 21 years of age. Won 2 gold and 5 silver medals at the Southeast Asian Games in the Philippines, 2019. Fortunate enough there to see his performances and all the fuss and admiration around him. Put in a good second vault. Coached by Kugamiya Munehiro.
Good speed. Second vault is performed probably the best that we've seen of the Dragulescu. But the first vault will rule him out of a medal. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of Carlos Yulo. He's a great talent. He hasn't had his best games, but I know he's got a lot more to give. That's the highest of the vaults. Opens out, spots the landing well.
Just seemed to have time, didn't he?
Yeah. Very best apparatus of vault and floor. But a good all-rounder.
It's a bit of a relationship between Philippine and Japanese gymnastics associations. And international gymnastics also helped facilitate his move to Japan to get this coaching and competition opportunity. Carlos Yulo makes the vault final, but on a tie break. Looks like Shin might get it. That's Carlos Yulo to finish. He doesn't look confident. His first vault will be a handbrake on his placing. He's a 4th, 14.716, just out of the medals. They'll come one day for him, but right now it's Shin Jiwan from Dennis Abiatson and Arta Davtian. Well, that's a story too. keep getting them.
Korea's second gold medal on vault for the men.
And for Armenia, this is a history-making moment too.
It is. They haven't even been in a final, let alone win a medal.
And Denis Abiadze is still trying to understand exactly, I think, how the tiebreak has denied him the gold. That's what he must accept. Arthur Davtyan, third place. Korea also getting a bronze on vault through the women's event, Yo Seo-jong. Again, underlining their competence on vault. Yulo just out of the medals.
Still very young.
Please. Thank you kindly. Did I forget? I see you are very to study such, please. Brave Thomas time. Are you on a volcano?
Well, looks like Abiadze's accepting it in good grace. That's a heartbreaking way, though. The tie-break is a heartbreak.
It is very hard. They had so many ties in gymnastics over the years. They wanted to make sure that they had some way of separating.
So the first port of call, without getting too complicated, first port of call with the tiebreak is assessing the relative difficulty.
Yeah.
And then if that's the same, then the judges have other ways of separating the gymnasts.
Yes, well, it's a scoring system. If all of the judges are exactly the same, it's hard to explain. You know, there's a panel of judges, and if every single score turns out the same, then it is a tie. It can be a tie. But there are ways in which the scoring system and the computer works it out going back.
So that would have happened on the women's floor where they could not be separated, but here there was a difference somewhere in the judging that facilitated the separation of
it's the difficulty in this case.
Yeah.
When they have exactly the same difficulty and exactly the same execution score,
giving himself a little pep talk. Come on, Niall. You can see the strain on Niall's face just in that first strength element. Rings really is an incredibly challenging piece of apparatus. You can see the tension there, just
was really the scariest thing I've ever done.
Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them.
You are the sunshine in my life.
Yeah, I'm so proud of myself, you know. I've been working hard on this golf game and I've finally got my first gig as a golfer. I'm out here in Dubai with Red Bull, shooting a golf video. Just literally what dreams are made of, innit, really? Real. I didn't even know really I was doing this. It's like, I want to ring my dad and be like, Brad, do you know I'm a golfer? 6:30 a.m.
When have we ever seen this time in the past few months?
Only every Sunday morning.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to make some worldy shots today though, to impress everyone. I've said that I'm like 9-10 handicap and they're all like, wow. Put a bit of pressure on myself there.
So if you fumble it right now, yeah.
What's life with no pressure? Step outside, you can talk.
Same, bro.
They can do. And obviously, that's all. The play bunk a bit, and then I just the biggest. Say it, Mosh. What are you saying, my lad, my left? Right, welcome back to another Niall Wilson vlog. Click the subscribe button, we're approaching 9.2 million. No, we're not. One day though.
Yeah, one day.
We were just going at Niall Wilson Gymnastics, and today I decided I'm going to get back on the high bar, just the high bar I think today, and try my Olympic gymnastics. And since, well, 5 years, it's been 5 years, but I've retired 1 year. I have done a Kovac, me and Ash did a Kovac, getting undressed while I intro as well. I've proved that I can do a little bit. Today I'm going to full send and try like every release and catch move, see if I can just still do it. You inspired me actually doing your world record thing. So you got on there 3 years later and you did 6 meters, and just watching your video made me cry every time.
She's not even lying.
I'm not lying. Not even slightly. To the high bar. We were saying this is the bar from Lillishall that was there for maybe like 5 years. If you think about all the squad camps that we've had at Lillishall with different teams, Ambushan's been on this bar, Zonderland's been on this bar, Uchimura's been on this bar.
Now Wilson and Ashley Watson have been on that bar.
Well, they knew that. It's just quite cool that it's now in here. I don't actually know how it got here. What's the predictions, boys?
Kachev, yeah. Kovac, yeah. Coleman, no. I think you catch a Coleman. What order are you doing it in?
Kovac, then Coleman, then Strado, then Stray, then Strado. It's not interesting whatsoever, but I put a piece of foam in there just because of for comfort. But I lost the other one, so I'm going to have to go to that pit. Don't tell my dad, but I'm just going to rip a piece off. I believe in anything called love.
Careful, Ash, I'm going to get copyrighted for that.
Can we do this video another day? This has to be as minimal go as possible because I already think I've ripped. And it's fine for the content wise, but the next 3 days are so painful when I do. You know what I mean, Ellis?
No, I've got absolutely no idea what you mean.
Right, we're at the par 3 course, Emirates. We've got a bit of time. Oh, do you want to play golf? Absolutely. And it's your go, Ellis.
It is my go.
I've hit one to about 12 feet, nicely on the green, just left of the green. Get it inside that, will you? Yeah, please. Have you ever played golf?
Yeah, all the time.
Your club's here.
Oh, right.
Okay. He's in the wasteland.
I think
bro, you connected with the ball, bro. When you did your practice swing earlier and you took like the biggest divot out of the course and like hacked it up.
Oh, fuck. Definitely didn't do that.
Oh dear.
Right, come on, let's go. Please, just explain what's just happened.
Literally, like, look where he was. He was off the green there, where his bag is. I was like, oh, just use your putter. We lined it up. I was like, giving him some tips and stuff. That's literally a 50, 60 foot putt. It seems like we've just set that up. And she's screaming. That's my ball there after 2. Whose is that?
Come on. Bro, what the
Oh my God. So with this, it's just sort of like really, I like my feet close together, pointing a little bit more towards the target. You just literally like, shoulder to shoulder, just try to brush the grass.
Just like that. Okay.
I hope the BG coaches are watching this vlog to show you know I've still got it, just in case you need an extra team member.
Didn't you quit?
I quit, yeah.
Do you reckon you could go back and do it again?
Enough comments in the comment section below. Might come back for Commonwealth Games 2022.
Do what most YouTubers do. If this video gets 10k likes...
So you got 1 million likes, I'll go to the Commonwealth Games.
A million?
No, let's go more realistic.
100k likes, you compete again. Don't worry about cutting, you compete again.
Oh, it's been done now.
No, it's gonna regret that.
Ash, can I have the pad, please?
Oh, he's sending him on now. Woo! Go on. Come on. Yeah. What are we doing, Niall?
Do you want a little mat underneath, just in case?
Rather have one and not need it than need it and not have one. Same principles as a condom. Correct. Ding, 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 ding.
I catch the Kovac, then commit to doing catch-ups, and then do the Coleman separately where I'm like fresh.
Yeah.
I think like purpose for my hands, I just go Coleman.
Do Coleman.
Straight laugh.
And then I'm going to rip. We can all go mental. They'll all scream behind the camera as well.
We'll be pretty impressed. Like,
hey, wait! Yeah, mate! Come on, lad. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I did it.
Yeah, your hands are
It don't feel like I'm dragging it over, do you know what I mean? But I need to go way earlier. I just need to be confident in just letting go.
Like the pad will be there, bro.
Yeah, I didn't actually see the bar then, that was really low.
I'd love to try Kovac.
Really?
I've never done one.
Oh my god, yeah.
50,000 likes.
Yeah. Alright, come on now. You just put it on the bar, please.
Come on. Great, come on. That's better.
Oh.
Alright. Well, after that graph, I feel like I'd really like to catch it. So I'll go be brave, go early, Coleman catch, straight catch every straddle half.
Oh, baby, love that.
Let's go, Wilson.
Be brave. Be brave.
Let's go. Be brave. Come on, come on.
Oh.
Come on, let's go. Whoa.
Oh.
My hands are there, a little roughly.
Soft. That's nice, actually. Condition this one.
No, I watched it this morning though.
For the first time in forever.
Come on, come on.
Brave.
Come on, be brave. Come on, come on. Back in. On the bar. Back in. Yeah.
Yes!
Woo!
That's stupid, isn't it? That's stupid! Oh man, what a rush. What a f***ing rush, baby. Steady on, lad. Whoa! Can I get out? Go watch a tree. Sorry, man. Yeah, take it away, Ernie. That is gonna be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, take it away, Ernie. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Woohoo! Bree's gonna give me 400 quid if I hold it. This is career highlight moment, this. I'm about to hit a 58-degree wedge on a 70-yard par 3, while Sam Sunderland is going to dirt bike jump straight over my head as I'm hitting the shot. And the key thing about this is I'm going to hit the ball in the hole. Forget the jump. Coach, what have I got to do? What's the yardage from the white? About 70?
Yeah, about 70.
With a little fade in there, like a little soft fade. Slope that way. Imagine if it went in.
Oh, the scenes.
Most people do Colemans and Kovacs now. Me and Ash sort of started off the trend. You know, back 5 years ago, no one did them in the UK, did they? It was all just a bit of a catch-ev thing. So the Leeds boys stepped up with the fingers cut out of the middle guard. Right, straight, straddle half, squat half, dismount.
Come on, we have to.
Let's go. Maximum effort.
Come on, let's go. Oh, that's beautiful. Yes. Oh my God.
Squat.
This will be fun to watch. Come on.
Oh, God.
He does all that.
I don't think I have the flexibility to put my feet in. Mate, what is going on? I felt floaty. I'm coming back. I'm coming out of retirement, boys. We get 100k likes, I'm doing it. You splits. I want to see where they are. I want to see where they are. This shows daily. Me and Ash could get. You could get to the floor on every 3 splits, could you?
Yeah.
This was something that we would just smash straight to the floor. If you don't stretch, that's as far as I'm going, mate. I feel like I could give me 20 minutes. I could do it. But that used to be something that's there. I feel like the flexibility goes the first, the quickest.
Yeah, that smells nice.
Thanks, baby. You smell nice.
Okay.
This is a sight, isn't it? A sight for sore eyes, isn't it? How many people watching this do you think wish they were in me right now? Oh, cheers, babe. Right, I'm ready. Squat half dismount, yeah? No matter where he is, that I don't complete the squat half, and then I'm tired for the dismount, and I need hyper 100% focus for this.
So I used to do dismount by itself, and then try the squat half again.
Okay, we made a deal.
Go on, let's do a dismount. Come on.
Come on.
Oh, yeah, soy!
Oh!
Sick, man. That was awesome.
Before I went early, I thought we were on that green mat. Come on!
There you go, soy! Yeah! Oh my God!
You can't teach it!
Specifically, they can't.
Yeah, I was going to say that's how you learn it.
Today we're going to talk about Trump's last-ditch strategy to get out of his impending indictments and whether it'll backfire on him. And I interviewed the Liberal candidate for the Wisconsin Supreme Court election, Janet Protasiewicz, about what's at stake in this upcoming race as far as abortion rights and fair maps are concerned. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen, and you're watching No Lie. So we're still in a holding pattern as far as Trump's impending indictments are concerned. I think the whole world expected them to be handed down last week in the Manhattan DA's case, owed largely to the fact that Trump himself had taken to Truth Social to announce that he would be arrested last Tuesday. Now, obviously that didn't happen, but still, it's expected to happen any day now. To keep on top of that legal news as it breaks, make sure to subscribe to this channel and check out the Legal Breakdown series I do with Glenn Kirshner. But I want to focus now on this last-ditch effort by Trump to try and stave off this accountability. And so the guy currently awaiting indictment in one case regarding inciting violence has now decided to try and dissuade prosecution by inciting more violence. Like, perfect plan, can't imagine what could possibly go wrong. And so there have been a few steps that Trump has taken here, all progressively more aggressive than the last. So he started with some posts on Truth Social where he would say stuff like, the far and away leading Republican candidate and former president of the United States of America will be arrested on Tuesday of next week. Protest, take our nation back. And we must save America, protest, protest, protest. And all of this is certainly evocative of his pre-January 6th tweet where he said, big protest in D.C., be there, will be wild. But then he took it a step further. He posted again, this time directed to the NYPD. He wrote, can you imagine the great New York City Police Department having to defend and protect the defunders and cop haters of the radical left that want to put their greatest champion and friend in prison for a crime that doesn't exist? With the intent, obviously, being that Trump is trying to get the police to defend not the law, but him. Like, to tell the police that the left shouldn't have the benefit of protection, thanks to the cops, only the right. Coming at you straight from the guy who leads the Law and Order Party. And those appeals were bad enough unto themselves. Like, I don't think I have to understate the danger of the fucking former president of the United States telling the cops that right-wing violence is okay because it would be against the left. And the fact that we will tend to move beyond this without a second thought really does show how far the overview window has shifted, that we consider this just another Tuesday in this country. But I guess that makes sense when you consider that the next moves by Trump were to post a photo of him holding a baseball bat in a side-by-side next to Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, followed by another post where he wrote, what kind of person can charge another person, in this case a former president of the United States, who got more votes than any sitting president in history and leading candidate by far for the Republican Party nomination, with a crime when it is known by all that no crime has been committed, and also known that potential death and destruction in such a false charge could be catastrophic for our country. And so it doesn't take much to figure out what he's trying to do here by saying that there will potentially be death and destruction if he's indicted. Like, all of this is a wink and a nod to his supporters. And this isn't discreet, right? This isn't exactly the most coded message that he's ever sent. He's effectively telling his supporters that should he be indicted, it would be a real shame if some death and destruction were to happen. I'm not saying that it should, I'm just saying that it would be a real shame if something were to happen. But of course, Trump did use the word potential because clearly he thinks that throwing in that one qualifier will shield him from any and all accountability if and when his supporters do descend on New York to cause death and destruction. And so because he threw in that one word, he thinks he'll be covered from all liability. Basically, he can save himself on some technicality here, trying to give himself just enough cover so that he can very obviously get his message across to his supporters while still maintaining some degree of plausible deniability here. And so he gets to be all slick while still getting the murderous mob that he's looking for. And so that's one part of this, that you've got the guy leading one of the two major political parties in this country who is openly, yet again, trying to incite a mob to violence. But the other part is what kind of an impact all of this will have politically. And Trump and his mouthpieces are, of course, wish-casting that any impending indictment will only make him stronger. And I'm sitting here racking my brain about the ways in which that could be true, and I just don't see a planet on which it is. Like, will it invigorate the people who already support him and who are already conditioned to feel like any accountability for a conservative is just witch hunting? Sure. But those people are already going to vote for Trump. And that's the thing. The people who are in a position to be influenced by his pity party are already Trump supporters. They're the base. The question is whether soft R's or independents will look at a guy who's been indicted for, campaign finance violations or trying to overthrow the last election and think to themselves, I was on the fence, but now that I saw that a jury of this guy's peers found enough evidence against him to vote for indictment, he's my guy. I just don't think that that's the case. At best, an indictment will have no impact, but I don't think there's a planet on which this could possibly help him. And he knows that. That's why he's railing so hard against this. If he truly thought that any of this would redound to his benefit, he wouldn't be stoking a fucking mob to try and pressure prosecutors into bailing. He knows that this will only hurt his chances of keeping power, which is quite literally the only thing he cares about. Sometimes the right answer is the simplest one, and in this case, it doesn't get much simpler than recognizing that none of what's happening will help Trump, and that is something that he is acutely aware of. Here's a preview of my interview with Janet Protasewicz. What's the state of the maps in Wisconsin right now?
Well, right now we have amongst the most gerrymandered maps in the entire country. And I've told people I don't think you can sell to anybody that our maps are fair. They are gerrymandered to the point that I think they would really defy reason and defy logic. So we're dealing with amongst the most gerrymandered maps you can imagine.
So is there any likelihood of a challenge to these maps coming before the court? Like, are there any cases making their way through the courts right now?
Not that I'm aware of. And so here's the situation. I think that if the court elects a new Supreme Court justice on April 4th, whose name might be Judge Janet, I would be certainly very, very open to revisiting the maps. I've got to be careful, what I say about, particular types of issues. Obviously, every decision has to be rooted in the law, and I have to be fair and impartial. But one of the main reasons I got into this race is because of the threat to our democracy, the utter threat that our very gerrymandered maps have, right, and people's ability to vote and have their vote counted.
Can you give like a brief overview of the electoral situation looks like in Wisconsin right now in terms of what the breakdown of the state is versus the makeup of the legislature and the congressional delegation?
Sure. So, Wisconsin's a battleground state. We have very, very close statewide elections. Our governor, Governor Evers, won re-election by about 3%. But we elected on that same ballot a Republican United States Senator. We elected a Democrat as an Attorney General. We elected a Republican for our state treasurer. So it tells you that we have these very, very close elections. We're a battleground state. But then you take a look at our legislature, and virtually 2/3 of the seats in both the House and the Senate are red. And you say to yourself, how can that possibly be fair? And then you look at the fact that we have 8 congressional seats. We have a delegation of 8. 6 of those seats are red and 2 are blue. So the numbers are askew. Our legislature doesn't get anything done. When you have these very, very non-competitive seats, it certainly engenders more and more partisanship. There's no need to work across the aisle. There's no need to compromise. So I would argue that what's happening with these gerrymandered seats is really a threat to our democracy.
And in fact, building on that, far from engendering any type of bipartisanship, this is actually facilitating more extremism, because those are the only people now, because those districts are already preordained in terms of who the elected officials are going to be, you're just really trying to win a primary at that point and not trying to come together at the end of it. To check out the full interview with Janet Protasiewicz, click the thumbnail right here on the screen or check out the interviews playlist on my YouTube channel. I've also started a Spanish channel, so if you want to support my efforts to reach the Spanish-speaking community, make sure to subscribe to that. The link is right here on the screen as well. And finally, to see more of my content in English, the subscribe button for this channel is also on the screen.
Donald Trump and his attorneys were sanctioned $1 million.
$1 million.
The attorneys had a bad week. In fact, they had the mother of all bad weeks when a federal judge fined them and their client $938,000 on top of $66,000 in prior fines, blasting them for filing an endless barrage of garbage lawsuits as part of, quote, a continuing pattern of misuse of the courts, which, quote, undermines the rule of law. Basically, they filed some bad filings and found out. And along the way, the court called them out for being really crappy lawyers, lamenting that our current laws are incapable of handling people who are just bad at their jobs. Now, generally, that's not something that you come back from. That's something that sends you to an ashram for a month, for silent contemplation, to think about where it all went wrong, and how you can ever face the world again. Or it would if you were a normal lawyer. But like their client, Donald Trump's attorneys are immune from shame, and that's a pretty handy skill.
You know what, Alina? You're not gonna win. You can't win.
So how did we get here? Well, in March of 2022, Donald Trump sued Hillary Clinton, the Clinton campaign, the Democratic National Committee, former FBI Director James Comey, and 24 other parties from the Kraken cinematic universe.
We kept adding defendants. You couldn't stop adding defendants.
Trump demanded $72 million in damages to his reputation and legal fees that he incurred during the Mueller investigation of his campaign's ties to Russia. Trump was represented in this case by his now regular attorney, Alina Habba, who went from general counsel from a parking garage company to an attack dog for the former president in just a few short years.
We have to fight.
She was joined by Peter Tickton, a Florida insurance lawyer whose claim to fame is that he was Trump's roommate 60 years ago in the Junior Military Academy, where he helped Trump secure the, quote, Ladies' Man Yearbook Award. The day after the suit was filed, Haba went on Sean Hannity's show promising to avenge Trump for the great injustice of the Mueller investigation, a crime allegedly perpetrated by Hillary Clinton and the DNC.
If you are going to make up lies, if you are going to try and take him down, he's going to fight you back.
She followed up with a Newsmax hit where she promised that by suing Hillary Clinton, Trump was defending democracy itself.
But what the real goal is democracy.
Now put a pin in those interviews because we'll come back to those later. Now, according to Rule 8 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, a complaint should consist of, quote, a short and plain statement of the claim showing that the pleader is entitled to relief. Basically, you tell the court what happened, what laws were broken, and what you want the court to do about that. This complaint was not that. Instead, Trump's lawyer spent 108 pages screaming that Hillary Clinton and a vast network of Democratic operatives engaged in, quote, an unthinkable plot, one that shocks the conscience and is an affront to this nation's democracy. The defendants responded in April with motions to dismiss, pointing out the many, many problems with that particular complaint. This put Trump and his lawyers on notice that their case was hopelessly defective, or in layman's terms, hot garbage. But instead of fixing it, they 85 pages of ranting and several other even crazier legal theories. U.S. District Judge Donald Middlebrooks was not impressed, saying, quote, to say that plaintiff's 193-page, 819-paragraph amended complaint is excessive in length would be putting things mildly. The theory was that Clinton maliciously conspired with the deep state FBI, including supposed Clinton loyalist James Comey, to gin up the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation into the Trump campaign's Russia ties, which is quite the leap considering that Comey never revealed the ongoing FBI investigation of the Trump campaign, but did make public comments about the Clinton email inquiry in late October, which some people think cost her the 2016 election. Now, Trump also blamed Clinton and her minions for the Mueller investigation, even though Trump's Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein was the one who appointed Special Counsel Robert Mueller. And yes, Trump sued Rosenstein, along with everyone else, accusing him of participating in a scheme, quote, so outrageous, subversive, and incendiary that even the events of Watergate pale in comparison. So the complaint was long on hyper-caffeinated rhetoric and disastrously short on law. It also played pretty fast and loose with the facts themselves. But most glaringly, it implied that the FBI's Russia investigation was the result of a scheme, quote, conceived, coordinated, and carried out by top-level officials at the Clinton campaign and the DNC, including the candidate herself, who attempted to shield her involvement behind a wall of third parties. The pleading cited the Justice Department's Inspector General's report, which absolutely said nothing of the kind. In fact, the report found that the inquiry was opened after a low-level Trump campaign operative named George Papadopoulos, the infamous coffee boy, got drunk and blabbed to an Australian diplomat that Russian operatives were going to start releasing hacked materials to harm the Clinton campaign, which they did, strategically dumping stolen emails from the campaign and the DNC using WikiLeaks as frontman. Now, instead, the complaint suggested that Trump came under the investigation after a Democratic attorney named Michael Sussman tipped off the FBI about suspicious internet traffic between the server in Trump Tower and a sanctioned Russian bank.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing.
In reality, the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was opened in July of 2016, months before Sussman showed up at the FBI in September. And among other things, Trump also blamed Hillary Clinton for getting him kicked off of Twitter in January of 2021. But the factual problems with his complaint paled in comparison to the myriad legal deficiencies. In his order dismissing the case, Judge Middlebrooks highlighted the, quote, audacity of plaintiff's legal theories and the manner in which they clearly contravene binding case law, which is judge speak for this complaint is not just hot garbage, but basically judicial napalm. Now, first, the suit was filed in Florida, where none of the defendants reside. You can't just sue anyone in any court. The parties have to have some connection to the place where the case is heard to establish what's called personal jurisdiction. Trump's lawyers made the novel argument that the defendants, quote, knew that Florida is a state in the United States, which was an important one, and thus, I guess, could be hauled into court in the Sunshine State because they knew it was a state. I don't know. Now, second, the statute of limitations for all the conduct allegedly had already passed by the time that Trump and his lawyers got around to filing this complaint. And as the defendants pointed out in their motion to dismiss, Trump's supposed injuries took place in 2016 and 2017, and thanks to his constant tweeting, he was well aware of them at the time. Quote, notwithstanding his rousing all-caps call to action, plaintiff waited 4 years, 4 months, and 24 days before filing suit, and that made him way too late to file. But mostly the suit failed because Trump's claims were nuts. He alleged that Clinton and her goons violated the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act in a conspiracy to derail his political ambitions. Yes, they claimed it was RICO, and of course, it's never, ever RICO. But okay, let's pretend for a minute that we're living in some alternate universe where it could be RICO, a world Trump would dearly love to be in, since it means triple damages for the plaintiff, Trump would have to point to a specific criminal action known as a predicate to establish the conspiracy. Trump's predicate was the theft of trade secrets. His theory was that the DNS lookup data, which Democratic lawyer Michael Sussman reported to the FBI, was proprietary information stolen from the Trump organization. Except that DNS data is public information that can't be stolen because it's not secret, much less a trade secret. And without the RICO, the whole lawsuit fell apart pretty quickly. Not that it wasn't already. There was no predicate for any of the tortious conduct alleged, or tortuous, as Trump's lawyers wrote it 10 times in both their first and second complaints. Trump's lawyers also managed to embarrass themselves in a variety of creative ways. For instance, they repeatedly described defendant Charles Dolan Jr. as a resident of New York, even after Dolan sent them an affidavit saying that he lived in Virginia. When called out on the air, they insisted that they'd done their due diligence as lawyers because there are lots of people named Dolan living in the state of New York. And if you're a lawyer who finds yourself having to make this argument, you've probably already lost. In an attempt to get their case in front of Trump-appointed Judge Eileen Cannon, his lawyers first filed the case in Fort Pierce, Florida. You might recall that Judge Cannon later went on to do a whole bunch of favors for Trump when the FBI seized a massive cache of classified documents at his home in Mar-a-Lago, all to have that undone by 3 conservative judges on the 11th Circuit. But the gambit to get the RICO suit in front of her failed, and they wound up in front of Judge Middlebrooks, who was appointed to the bench in 1997 by Bill Clinton. And instead of taking their lumps, they filed an ill-conceived motion to get him to disqualify himself for what they described as, quote, prejudice so virulent or pervasive as to constitute bias against the party. Judge Middlebrooks declined to recuse himself, having had no contact with anyone named Clinton in 20 years. And it didn't get better from there, with Trump's lawyers drafting a rebuke from the court for putting the home addresses of public figures like Comey and Rosenstein on the public docket so many times it appeared to be not an accident. And in April, the defense filed motions to dismiss the case. This required each of the dozens of people that Trump said were in on the RICO to hire lawyers in Florida to read this wild complaint, research the claims, draft a pleading explaining why the case was nonsense, and generally litigate the case. Now, that was a tremendously expensive undertaking. And in June, after Trump filed an amended complaint that was even crazier than the first one, they had to do it all over again. But unlike Donald Trump, who can raise money from his supporters to pay his lawyers, the defendants were each on the hook personally for tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars for legal fees, even though they went on to win the case. That's the general rule in the United States. Even if you win, you still have to pay your attorneys. But in September, Judge Middlebrooks issued a blistering opinion dismissing Trump's RICO lawsuit. He wrote, quote, at its core, the problem with plaintiff's complaint is that plaintiff is not attempting to seek redress for any legal harm. Instead, he is seeking to flaunt a 200-page political manifesto outlining his grievances against those that have opposed him, and this court is not the appropriate forum. Noting that Trump's lawyers had been disingenuous about the conclusions of the Justice Department's report on the origins of the Russia investigation, he remarked, quote, plaintiff and his lawyers are of course free to reject the conclusions of the Inspector General, but they cannot misrepresent it in a pleading. And the court found that the statute of limitations had already expired on Trump's RICO claim, but, quote, even if plaintiff's RICO claims were timely, they still fail on the merits at every step of the analysis. Judge Middlebrooks ended his dismissal order with the ominous line, quote, I reserve jurisdiction to adjudicate issues pertaining to sanctions, which is judge speak for please file a motion asking for sanctions. Trump's lawyer, Alina Habba, reacted to the dismissal in her usual fashion. She ran to Fox News to whine about all the unfairness of it all. Now, is it wise to go on national television to talk smack about a judge presiding over your case? In a word, no. But that didn't stop Habba from complaining to Sean Hannity that it was a, quote, sad day, and she was trying hard not to lose faith in the justice system.
Not only do we get dismissed, he says that this is not the proper place for recourse for Donald Trump. He has no legal ramifications. Well, what is the proper place for him?
Now, admitting on national television that you brought the case against the express wishes of your own client is, well, that's definitely a choice.
The former president looked at me and he told me, you know what, Alina? You're not going to win. You can't win. Just get rid of it. Don't do the case. And I said, no. We have to fight. It's not right what happened.
Particularly when you know that the court has all but invited the people you dragged down to Florida for a junk lawsuit to file a sanctions motion against you. And it didn't take long for Dolan, the guy who really lived in Virginia, to request sanctions against Trump and his lawyers. Now, not only had the plaintiff screwed up his address, but they'd also falsely claimed that he was, quote, a former chairman of the DNC and an active participant in a criminal conspiracy. Dolan argued, quote, large and small matters are falsely and cavalierly presented in plaintiff's pleadings, Any one of these false statements is grounds for sanction, adding his resume is, quote, available online and could have been easily checked. Now, Dolan sought sanctions under Rule 11 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. To get Rule 11 sanctions, you have to send what's known as a Rule 11 safe harbor letter to opposing counsel saying essentially, your case is terrible, I'm putting you on notice that I intend to ask the court to penalize you for filing it. And the recipient then has 21 days to withdraw the complaint without penalty. And no matter how outlandish the filing, you can still walk away without getting sanctioned, but that's not what Donald Trump or his lawyers did. The rule is meant to deter junk lawsuits by punishing parties who file pleadings with no reasonable basis, based on a legal theory that has no reasonable chance of success, or which are filed in bad faith for an improper purpose. Judge Middlebrooks found that, quote, here all three are true, tearing into Trump and his lawyers for their, quote, deliberate use of the judicial system to pursue a political agenda. He described the complaint as, quote, political grievances masquerading as legal claims, and warned that, quote, the rule of law is undermined by the toxic combination of political fundraising with legal fees paid by political action committees, reckless and factually untrue statements by lawyers at rallies and in the media, and efforts to advance a political narrative through lawsuits without a factual basis or any cognizable legal theory. The judge fined Trump's lawyers $50,000 and made them personally responsible for another $16,000 of Dolan's fees and costs. He also suggested that the attorneys should face discipline from their local bar associations for abuse of the legal system. Now, with dozens of other defendants signaling their intent to seek normal sanctions against Trump and his legal team, Judge Middlebrooks' order was a flashing red warning light that something very bad was about to happen. And just a few days ago, Judge Middlebrooks dropped the hammer, ordering Trump and his lawyers to fork over another $938,000 in legal fees to the defendants he dragged down to Florida for this pointless exercise. And it was clear from the first sentence that Judge Middlebrooks was absolutely furious. Quote, this case should never have been brought. Its inadequacy as a legal claim was evident from the start. No reasonable lawyer would have filed it. He excoriated Trump and his attorneys for recklessly advancing claims, which, quote, the most basic legal research would have revealed were nonsense. He went on to say, it was not that the complaint and amended complaint were inadequate in any respect. They were inadequate in nearly every respect. And he accused Trump's lawyers of misrepresenting and cherry-picking public documents, quote, to support a false factual narrative in a, quote, deliberate attempt to harass the defendants, noting that, quote, it happened too often to be accidental. Now, having a federal judge accuse a lawyer of filing a complaint which was, quote, completely frivolous, both factually and legally, in which was brought in bad faith for an improper purpose is humiliating. And one lawyer tweeted, quote, I just turned in my bar card, ain't no way I could recover. But Judge Middlebrooks went even further, calling out Trump and his lawyers for a, quote, continuing pattern of misuse of the courts, and noting that this lawsuit, quote, did not come close to stating a legal claim because that was never its intended purpose. Now, according to Judge Middlebrooks, the intended purpose of this lawsuit was to use the federal court as a political fundraising tool. Trump never expected to win and didn't care. He filed it so he could continue to raise money and scream about the so-called Russia hoax. And the same goes for his other frivolous lawsuits against the Pulitzer Prize Board, CNN, Twitter, and the New York Attorney General. The court describes a litigation playbook consisting of, quote, provocative and boastful rhetoric, political narratives from MAGA rallies, and attacks on political opponents and the news media. Trump showed a disregard for legal principles and precedent while attacking the courts as biased when he doesn't get his way. And most important, he raises a mountain of cash off the lawsuits and pays his lawyers with money donated to his political action committees, aka PACs. Now, PACs are fundraising vehicles for political candidates, which are theoretically separate from the campaign and largely exempt from campaign finance regulation. But the court noted that Trump's Save America PAC paid $9.7 million in legal fees for Trump and his allies since 2021, with $2 million going to Haba's firm. And Haba recently became a senior advisor to Mr. Trump's new MAGA Inc. super PAC. So the whole system feeds on itself. Trump files a frivolous lawsuit, sending out emails to his supporters begging for money to fund it. The lawyers head to friendly media outlets to hype up the case, which leads to more money being donated, which is then used to pay the lawyers who file even more frivolous lawsuits, and on and on and on. It's like a virtuous cycle, except without the virtue part. And the legal system isn't really set up to handle this. And as Judge Middlebrooks angrily points out in his order, that's not what the courts are for. It's unethical for Trump's lawyers to use the federal docket to host political fundraisers. And it's an abuse by Trump himself, whom the judge describes as, quote, a prolific and sophisticated litigant who is repeatedly using the courts to seek revenge on political adversaries, and the mastermind of strategic abuse of the judicial process.
Our current libel laws are a sham. and a disgrace.
So the court made Trump and his lawyer, Alina Habba, jointly liable for the millions of dollars in attorney's fees accrued by the defendants in this case. And that means that the defendants can seek the sanctions from any one of the particular parties. And then once they have recovered, then the offending plaintiffs can work out amongst themselves how they're going to contribute to each other. And you can bet, at least in the future, that every single person sued by Trump is going to flag this order for the presiding judge as proof that Trump is a vexatious litigant notorious for filing frivolous lawsuits. But in the meantime, Trump's attorneys from the Florida law firm of Weber, Crabb, and Wine appear to have gotten the message loud and clear. They represented the former president in a bizarre lawsuit filed in Florida state court against the New York Attorney General Letitia James. Trump had hoped to get a Florida judge to intervene in the New York State civil suit against him and his company, but the case was removed from Florida state court to federal court, where it landed on the desk of, you're not gonna believe this, Judge Middlebrooks. Just hours after the judge sanctioned Trump and Alina Habba, the Weber Crabb firm filed papers to voluntarily dismiss the suit against the New York AG. They did not, however, withdraw Trump's defamation lawsuit in Okeechobee County against the 19 members of the Pulitzer Prize Board, but, you know, baby steps. So maybe now Trump's lawyers will stay home for a little while, and maybe instead of lawyering badly, they should try learning a more ascertainable skill like cooking delicious home-cooked meals, which they
Everybody knows.
Like a slow death creeps in a restless sleep. I'm anxiety, buried in sheets. What a life, what a wasted life, what a waste of time. People are cruel, everybody lies, just to get ahead or maybe just to get by. What a life, what a wasted life, what a waste. So I'll set fires in curious places, smile to the innocent faces. In the remains, there are ashes, and I cover my traces. Fire consuming all spaces, and now our past will chase us. In the remains, there are ashes, but I cover my traces. Little redhead friend of the spark and quiet, from a candle you would go into a raging fire. What a sight, what a lovely sight, what an end to life. People are fuel, everybody burns, just a little push and maybe some will learn. What a life, what a life, what it's like to burn. So I set fires in curious places, smile to the innocent faces. In the remains, there are ashes, and I cover my traces. Fire consuming all spaces, and now our past will chase us. In the remains, there are ashes, but I cover my traces. Fire, but I cover my traces. trashing ourselves. Now our minds get clearer from life's improvements. Now you're sure that you can execute your best as you can. You're flawless possession. I think I got worse, 'cause I got symptoms and prescriptions never seem to work. In a dark cloud is where I live now, but in the rain still look for angels that could drag me out. Been on this planet long enough and now I know the highs are always low, and there's nothing at the end of any road. Off with his head.
What they're saying, what they're saying, what they're saying. Crowd screaming out to me. Long live the wannabe. All the praying, all the praying, all the praying. They sharpen up the teeth. It's a vicious sin. They'll go crazy when I've made it. What does made it even mean? Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. I'll never be your. Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. No, I'll never be your.
Off with his head.
Growing louder, growing louder, growing louder. Whatever they believe is never what it seems. It's the hour, it's the hour, it's the hour. They're rising from beneath, ain't coming after me. They'll go crazy when I've made it. What does made it even mean? Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. I'll never be your. Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. No, I'll never be your.
Off with his head.
Why would you even build a pedestal, a beautiful throne, if it's not your own? You search for royalty, celebrities, varieties in love, but it's who you belong.
Darkness in your heart. God, it's crazy how I need your friction. My thriller scandal, take a bite. Girl, you know my favorite part. I'm so desperate for your sweet affliction. Silver crystal carousel, your effervescent touch. But everybody knows that home is where your teeth sink love. Kiss me, you animal, I need to take you in real slow. 'Cause dying on your lips is how I wanna go. Connect with the sound you're making. Connect with my body, whoa. Kiss me, you animal, and don't ever let me go. Kiss me, animal. My tongue and smoke along your curves. Something darker on your mind pulls the mercury and chocolate in your eyes. Lines of salt surround your bed. Smile sick and smile kind. Your bedroom filled with music and your cries. Sanctify your bed sheets with the sweat along your hips. 'Cause everybody knows that teeth are where your heart was. Love, kiss me, you animal, I need to take you in real slow. 'Cause dying on your lips is how I wanna
the teeth. It's a vicious thing. They'll go crazy when I've made it. What does made it even mean? Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. I'll never be your. Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. No, I'll never be your. Growing louder, growing louder, growing louder. Whatever they believe is never what it seems. It's the hour, it's the hour, it's the hour. They're rising from beneath, ain't coming after me. They'll go crazy when I've made it. What does made it mean? Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. I'll never be your. Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. No, I'll never be your. Why would you even build a pedestal, a beautiful throne, if it's not your own? You search for royalty, celebrities, varieties in love, but it's who you I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. I'll never be your. Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. No, I'll never be your. Light was burning on my skin. This world is so suffocating. Breathing in the darkness, out the harshness of sin. Its head is like a robe around my neck. There's no weapon chosen death, executed by the angels painted red. Now I know it's real when the shadows flee. Now I hope to feel my blood pulsating again. Don't wake me up, don't wake up for this earth. What they're saying, what they're saying, what they're saying. Crowds screaming out to me, long live the wannabe. All the praying, all the praying, all the praying. They sharpen up the teeth. It's a vicious thing. They'll go crazy when I've made it. What does made it even mean? Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. I'll never be your. Oh hell, I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. No, I'll never be your. Growing louder, growing louder, growing louder. Whatever they believe is never what it seems. It's the hour, it's the hour, it's the hour. They're rising from beneath, ain't coming after me. They'll go crazy when I've made it. What does made it even mean? Oh hell, I'll never be your so beautiful throne. If it's not your own, you search for royalty, celebrities, for riches and love, but it's to you belong. I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. I'll never be your. All hell. I'll never be your king. I'll never be your king. No, I'll never be your. Off of this earth. Light is burning on my skin. This world is so suffocating. In the darkness, out the harshness of sin. This hell is like a rope around my neck. If there's no rope, I'm choked in death. Executed by